Hello everyone, back to Amiga Monday, and I've just realised that I think my microphone is down, probably because I was on a call and stuff today, so give me a moment. If I sound a bit quiet, I will get that rectified. I really hate Windows doing the whole not keeping my levels proper. There we go, 31, not anymore, but let's push this back to 93, 92, 93 be fine. Right, there we go, back to normal. Yeah, I do hate the fact that Windows allows other apps to control my volumes, because I keep forgetting sometimes, and then someone goes, I can't hear you, and I'm like, oh god, I got it with me. So I need to figure out if that's changeable. I'm sure it is, and then hopefully that means I don't have to keep trying to remember and change all my settings all the time. At some point in the near distant future, like I keep saying I do, I'm going to try and get all this properly leveled, but again, it's been me being busy and forgetfulness and stuff like that. So anyway, so last week on Amiga Monday we were in the seriously Amiga bit. I believe we just pretty much finished the just have a look, the graphics section. Don't think there was anything else in there, so we're now onto the MISC folder. Stop me if I'm going over old ground, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Oh, forgot to put the audio cable in for the Amiga. There we go, it's now in. Okay, right, so a backup 514. Backup utility, obviously, a backup program written for the Amiga. A backup has GAG tools, interface, online help, preferences program support for XPK, multi-user file system, and disk spare.device, much more, written by Dennis Gunell, I think, and Reza El Ghazi. This new program fixes a few minor bugs and include a version optimized for 060 processor owners. A dock. Can we actually open this, please? Oh, I see. Right, okay, I didn't understand this whole thing. I didn't even read it. Right, where have we gone? Explanation of forward. Let's do explanation. Congratulations, you've just understood how it worked. When you double-clicked on a single word in the text, a doc searched. Is there any word wrap on this? Does highlight single words. Has searched the text associated to this word in the documentation. Be careful, you silly cat. Oh, this one is either ripping half my skin off because I'm not fussing him all the time, or he's trying to fall from the top there. Honestly, right. You're a pain. Anyway, where have I got to? A doc has searched the text doc associated to this word in the documentation file and has opened a new window to show this text. What makes a doc different from other programs of this time? You can double click on any word in the text and ADoc will search for it. No more trouble because document's author has forgotten to hyperlink. This implies that there's no need to define hypertext links in the document. No more headaches for the author who had to define and maintain these links in the document. ADoc displays several windows at the same time unless you ask him not to do so, and handles several document files at the same time. ADoc can use straight files in the AutoDoc and Amiga guide format. ADoc offers a lot of little tricks and useful functions like string searching and the open files, error export, and so on. Read the documentation this time. So let's double click something. Let's just double click this word. Right, so these aren't working. Okay. ADoc is a utility that allows you to visualize hypertext documents. If you want to know what it means, please see what ADoc can do. Just click twice on the word that follows explanation. See if this works. Yes, okay, right, I see that now. Right, so it's another documentation type that's kind of interesting. Alright, Amy tree. I started writing this program just for fun, the kind of fun only an operating system like Amiga OS can offer. After studying the C language and programming a little Unix shell, it was an assignment followed by courses at the university, and especially after buying a hard disk, I have a chance to study the operating system of my Amiga. If you like my program, please let me know, possibly with some suggestion of future versions. Amy Tree was written in C, starting on an Amiga 1200 and 520 megabyte hard drive, and then on an A1200 030 50 megahertz, 2 plus 8 mega RAM, and a 540 megabyte hard drive. I wrote this program for fun. Anyway, you can find the source, examples of data types, app windows, app icons, blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. Okay. Amy Tree, in its current version, is a file system browser. Amy Tree graphically represents a file system in a tree of directories. Right, so that's fairly simple to think of. It's a bit like, if you're not sure what that means, if you've ever used Windows 3 and gone into the file manager, that kind of structure on the left-hand side is, in fact, I think, even if you go into any file manager of any type, it gives you that kind of tree-like structure. So it has like a folder here that's got something in, maybe you'll have a plus sign, and you click it, and it kind of has underneath, slightly indented, all the other folders. That's a tree structure. And it kind of does a visual bit there. So we can see if this works on here. There you go. Sort of a plus there. And you double click that and it goes through like that. So that's what this is. C-Bank. Personal account manager. This new May 97 account manager is my first attempt to release a... Can I do this in... No. To release a proggy in the Amiga PD. It's intended to be small, easy to use, and to generate small account files. There are still some things to add, however this is faithfully functional, i.e. not crippled, that I use daily for my own needs. Be careful as C-Bank isn't state-of-the-art programmed, produces a lot of enforcer hits, although I've been using it without any problems. I recommend you be careful while using it, but use it at your own risks. Later versions will be more OS friendly, but I'll work on it if there is a need for it. Email to say if you need, or if you don't, a small efficient account manager like C-Bank. Okay. Let's CMPs and compare. CMP is a program which compares two files in two directories or trees that can be very useful. We use to examine a backup in which files have been changed or rather new. With CMP, it's also possible to compare two files and display differences like a hex dump. And with the device handler, Amiga disk, on that one there, you can also compare disks and hard disk byte for byte, which is interesting. This could be interesting. I don't know if there's a modern version of this. It's freeware, so that's good. Assuming there's a usage for this. First two parameters, you have to say CPAM should be compared. File directory. There's an example of it comparing two things. So it's comparing disk info and test info. Okay. I'll have to have a look at that later. Expanding the Amiga. This guide explains about expanding the Amiga 1200 from the basic A1200 computer to a fully expanded and PC-beating machine. All the different hardware and which ports they use explained, and a list of some of the UK suppliers from whom you can buy the hardware from. I know a lot of Amiga owners use base machines, but with a little money, buying from the second-hand market is another good place to look at. You can make your Amiga computer you'll love to use. Just see what they've got. See what's in the joysticks mouse section. Two game ports on the Amiga are not serial ports, but special digital ports to receive direction and fire button signals from a mouse or joystick input device. Any Atari or Commodore compatible joystick. Joypad is a good one, is CD32 Competition Pro, or the tracker will work. Oh, joypad or tracker, sorry. Specialized devices such as steering wheels and foot pads will also work. Other input devices are available, such as light guns, light pens, and so forth are available. The type of connectors depend on the device. There are some analog joysticks available, but they're not the same as the PC ones. The Amiga mouse is usually a 2-button device, although 3-button and optical mice may be used. PC mice need to be modified before they can be used on Amiga. If you wish to choose joysticks and a mouse, you can buy a Robo Shift, which automatically detects which device to use connected to the same port, ideal for 2 players or game players. That's interesting. So this here does not have a ball. It's just an optical mouse because they basically changed the innards. There was I can't remember who I bought it from, but basically they were selling that upgrade, and it is an old school tank mouse. So that's that. So I'm assuming that's what it means by the optical mice. Doesn't say what else you could use in terms of joystick and mouse. I thought it was going to be a list. Video. Talks about monitors, graphics cards. Amiga's customer chipset uses an interleaved bitmap modes for graphics output. This is ideal for low-color screens but tend to run out of steam on high-color 256 or more modes. PCs use chunky graphics, which is faster for lots of colors. To get these modes requires a graphics card. These are common for Zorro-based Amigas, but for the Amiga 1200, the graffiti card is the only alternative available. It plugs into the back of the A1200 in the video port and supports 256 color modes up to a resolution of 768 by 512 pixels. It uses 15 kHz screen mode, so VGA monitors will not work. It requires only a 4-bit plain screen mode for speed. It's very reasonable, about £60. Support is patchy at the moment. And then there's Genlocks. So that's the one where you can use it with the video player and add on things like titling screens and stuff like that. But I'll read it anyway. The Amiga is well known as an excellent video mixer machine. To combine video and computer graphics requires a Genlock. There are many Genlocks around, as well as other video equipment such as chroma key and so forth, for placing graphics on blue backgrounds and so on. Suppliers, the first time I've seen that now, Genlock 290, 292, A-Cut Fusion, L500, L1500, L200S, and I'm assuming these are the suppliers. So Greytronics for Fusion, maybe? Perhaps? I don't know, I'm guessing that's correct. That's about the stereo sound. So we've got floppy. As well as the internal DFO drive, the Amiga can have up to 3 external drives, DF1 to DF3. The Amiga normally uses double density drive, that's 880K, but can be specifically made for high density drive at 1.76 MHz. That's interesting. I'm just used to 1.44, although I know the PC did have... I'm not talking about zip drives, I'm sure there was a 2 meg floppy drive, but it was specific. I think it was like commercial or something, but I believe that it was possible to get one. And then you had the zip drives, which had chunkier, basically floppies, but would start to go into things like, was it half a gig or something like that? And they used specific, and they used specific drive, which was known as, you could either get a iOmega zip drive or the Jazz drive, and I think they used the parallel port, I think it was. And what's the other one? It's not parallel port, it's what this, I'm pointing at my external CD-ROM on the 486, and it's not SCSI. SCSI's the other one. The Amiga differs from the PC-made drives in a number of ways. Polar Custom Chip controls the floppy drives and uses a non-standard 11 sectors per track format. PCs use 9 sectors per track, and there's a reason why it's impossible for them to read Amiga discs. Uses disk detection system when discs are inserted or removed, and a non-standard interface. Polar cannot cope with high-density drives at full speed and moved to be slower to read-write high-density disks. This explains why Amiga hard drives are much more expensive. In place of a floppy drive, it's possible to replace it with a second drive, or even, as we just spoke about, the zip drive. And there's the suppliers for those. So I was right with the other one, the analog computers is a supplier. IDE ports. Unlike its predecessor, the A1200 and A600 came with an internal IDE port to use an IDE 2.5 inch drive, so those are typically laptop size drives. Due to lack of space beneath the keyboard, it can be difficult to fit the cheaper 3.5-inch drives, although newer ultra slim units can be fitted with no modification. I think that's fitted. IDE drives are driven by the SCSI device, as it made it compatible with SCSI devices, which were the norm in older Amigas. IDE and EIDE drives can be fitted to the Amiga. The current partition limit is 2 gig. I think this machine, I'm trying to think because it's got the compact flash card. I know one. I think the SCSI's been going through the compact flash, but the as adaptive model is the CD-ROM drive. I think that's how it works. Normally IDE is designed to use 2 items with them talking about stuff and then finding out it's already in a text. With the 2 items with a TAPI, which is actually used in PCs as well, or IDE fix. It's possible to increase this to 4 devices using a special 4-way cable. So I have on from my old setup. Come on, you over there. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. I've already found it. So on my old setup, this here. Put this in webcam mode so you can see it properly. This would sit on the IDE drive. You can see it's got 2 IDE cables here. So one of them is the primary port and the other one is the secondary one, and it's both for 3.5-inch floppies. Now I changed this because, well, why did I change it? I can't remember whether I got a CD running at that point. I think there was some issue. Maybe because I'd upgraded the operating system or something like that. Or maybe because when I put in the expansion card, it made it so that the data wasn't working properly. As in, what it would do is it wouldn't always run the game, and I'd have to run it twice. And I think what I found out was something to do with the cable, the length of the cable, because it was a long cable and it seemed to be, I think it was too long or something like that. I know it sounds weird, but this is what I was trying to work out. And then when I got a new one, the new one basically sits flat on the it sits flat on the IDE port. The compact flash comes across it like that, and then there's another extender out here, and then that goes out to the CD drive. And I found once I put that one in, things were working much quicker. So that's why I assumed it was the long cable that was causing issues and that cable was from the IDE drive, from that thing there to the whatever I was using for the compact flash. So so that was, I think I was using EIDE, and I think I had IDE fix for that as well. I think that was the case, but yeah, I don't use that anymore. Besides hard disk, the IDE port can also handle the cheaper IDE CD-ROM drives that are available. You can buy a special IDE kit which provides all the cables, drivers and instructions to fit a CD-ROM on your A1200. This one here has a bridging board that allows, I think, IDE to come in and SATA cable to come in, and that just sits in between, and that's where the CD-ROM is on the other end. On my setup, the IDE port also allows you to fit a SCSI adapter called a Data Flyer Plus, which is a simple board that fits inside the A1200 and provides a SCSI connection, as well as allowing you to fit IDE hard disk on the pass-through port. And PCMCIA slot, which is currently powering the CD at the moment, because as some of you already know, I have this disc imager, and when I'm adding games onto there, I've got the compact flash external PCMCIA slot. This is probably going to come up in the text anyway, and as you already know, I do have one of these. This is an Ethernet link card, which is a PCMCIA slot, and we have been on the internet with this. So it says, with the A600 and the A1200, the A500 expansion port was replaced with the PCMCIA port. This allows you to attach PCMCIA peripherals that conform to the Type 2 specifications. Originally, only memory cards were the only thing available to run on the A1200. They can set up as fast RAM disks or disks using the prep card tool. The PCMCIA can be expanded to use hard disks such as the Superstore hard disk with the PCMCIA interface, overdrive CD-ROMs such as the Archos, Zappo and the Q drive. The best use is to attach a Squirrel SCSI Classic or Surf interface, which allows you to attach up to 7 SCSI peripherals such as hard disks, CD-ROMs, tape drives, scanners and so on. If you require Ethernet adapters, then a PCMCIA card from Hydra Systems is the only currently option available and includes drivers. PCMCIA drivers are very hard to come by, and the Amiga, so don't buy Ethernet cards, modem cards, unless it comes with a driver, and it shows you the suppliers. Now, nowadays, you've got so much more options. Usually, if you want to go this route here, which is, actually there is a port there. There's something that goes through here and connects at the other end as a proper network cable, but there are drivers for this. That'll be on Aminet. So since this has been talked about, there'll be probably a lot more for you. There's also modern, I'd like to call it modern retro. So stuff that's come out now using modern thinking kind of thing. So I think there was a Wi-Fi adapter brought out, but it was actually for the parallel port. So yeah, you can put that in there, and that probably would have been something unheard of back in those days, but we can get that now for the Amiga, which is quite cool. In fact, there's something about parallel port in there. It'd be interesting to see if they mention that in there. I know I've skipped a few. Let's have a look at the CPU slot. Trapdoor underneath the A1200 allows you to improve the performance of the system. Many fall by installing a memory card or accelerator. Memory cards are cheaper and allow you to add fast 32-bit RAM to the system. Options include a clock and possibly an FPU floating point unit. Adding fast RAM will double the speed of the CPU by not restricting it to the chip RAM, which is shared by the custom chips. The A1200 with an 020 can have a maximum of 8 meg of fast RAM. Having more than 4 meg can disable the PCMCIA port. It shares some of the fast memory addresses. I believe that's not an issue anymore because this machine has 128 meg of RAM, fast RAM, and I'm still using the PCMCIA port. I can't remember whether I had to patch it, or I think it's quite likely that Amiga OS 3.2 now has that auto patch, which is probably quite likely now. An accelerator board allows you to replace a standard 40 MHz 020 processor with a much faster version. You can have a cheap 28 meg 020 or fast 25 to 33 or 50 MHz 030, or even a 50 MHz 060, the fastest available processor. It's not recommended to use an 040 processor due to overheating problems. A fan may help. These processors will allow you to add more memory up to 256 meg in some cases and provide an FPU and MMU unit to access virtual RAM, etc. So this unit, I think the Terrible Fire 1230 has an MMU. Not sure about the 040 being overheating problems, but I think that might have been fixed now. I could be wrong. Somebody in chat when I mentioned that, correct me on that. That'd be cool. And I get the idea of virtual RAM now because, well, actually, virtual RAM in PCs, I don't know if it's different than Amigas. I know in PCs, virtual RAM basically means we're using the hard disk as RAM. By the sounds of things, this is a little bit different. So I'll have to look into that at some point and figure out what that means. Suppliers, Blizzard were the big guys back then. You did have, like I said, Apollo accelerators. Not heard of Falcon. I've heard of Viper boards. Yeah, so nowadays we've got, I think you can still buy Blizzard stuff, but you're going to be paying quite a bit of money. We've now got the ACA range. ACA are done by, who was the company that did it now? Hang on, I've now got to find out who the company was. I do have an ACA board. It's I've just forgotten who it is. Amiga Accelerator. iComp. I think that's who that does that now. And there is also Terrible Fire by the Terrible Fire group. Not group, but it's one person. But that's the company name is Terrible Fire. They do boards equivalent to the Blizzard accelerators. They're quite nice. One board I would love to get at some point is to upgrade my board to the 1232. So the 1232 is the same as the 1230, but gives me an FPU on board as well, which is good because that means I don't have to solder one onto the Amiga anyway. I mean, I don't have much use for an FPU, but you know, if it's available, I'm not going to say no. So you know, but that's very kind of fantasy. We'll probably pick that up. Maybe, I don't know. Probably not anytime this year, maybe in the next 2 years or so, if it's still available. Let's have a look at the parallel port. Amiga uses a Centronics compatible parallel interface. The Amiga parallel port is not the same as the PC parallel ports, so parallel tape drives and so on will not work. Amiga can work with any serial or parallel printer on the market except Windows GDI printers, which are PC specific, and Apple AppleTalk printers. Many types available are the Daisy Wheel, Dot Matrix, Inkjet and Bubblejet, and laser ones. So GDI printers, I'm assuming, are specific for Windows GDI drivers, I'm guessing. Or when I've been learning, I'm reading a book called System Program with Windows 95. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I'm sure it mentioned as part of the kernel, there was the kernel, and I'm sure it mentioned GDI for the graphics side. I could be wrong. I'm guessing that's what that is. Reading on, good software is to use either Print Studio 2, Turbo Print, or NPrint. Clocks. The Amiga does not come with a battery packed up clock as standard and must be set up after every cold start. Clocks are usually provided on memory and accelerator boards, but if you cannot afford those, special clock cartridges are available to plug into, save the date and time. I believe that Terrible Fire does have option for the RTC clock, and I think I do on mine. Scanners. You can fit various hand-driven or flatbed scanners through the parallel port. Although this is cheaper than SCSI, it's a lot slower. And there's your suppliers for that. Software is usually provided by Software is usually provided with the handy scanners. ImageFX version 2 has drivers for Epson scanners, and there is QuickScan from iTech for flatbed. And you've got peer-to-peer networks. It's possible to network two Amigas together using a cable and access each other's files and devices using peer-to-peer network. The parallel ports provide very fast communication line. Most common and freely available peer networks are ProNet or ParNet. A commercial version is available called Liana, which includes cables and SANA 2 compatible software from Blittersoft. So people will talk about peer-to-peer connecting two Amigas up to play something like Stunt Car Racer, because I believe that's already included in the game. So that's another way of using that sort of thing. And might as well have a look at the others. Serial port. Simplest port of the Amiga, require less wires than parallel and conforms to RS-232. Like most PCs, the Amiga uses a full 25-pin socket instead of 9-pin socket. Modems, any external modem will work on the Amiga, especially those that use the Haynes command set. Those that start with 80 GB. The Amiga will work with up to version 34 and new 33K baud modems. Serial port is capable of up to 32K baud via serial press, although it's possible to exceed this by replacing the serial press program from Aminet with the extended version, increasing the speed to 64.8K. I think that's right, 64K. Peer-to-peer networks. Serial port is ideal for peer-to-peer, in particular the CD32, which is a simple serial port, also used as a keyboard port. A simple null modem is required. Software to use it is either a terminal program such as Term, Termite or Encom, or more specialised like Cernet or Twin Express. MIDI. The Amiga does not include MIDI as standard like the Atari ST, but it's possible to add a MIDI adapter via the serial port. MIDI allows many MIDI-compatible musical instruments such as synthesizers, keyboards, drum, etc. to be attached to the Amiga. That's that. Audio, not seen. The Amiga supplies 4-channel stereo sound through 2 ports at the back of the Amiga. These can be directed through the monitor, TV, hi-fi, or even better through the dedicated speakers. And then power socket. 1200 comes with a Amiga of underpowered 23-watt PSU power supply unit. If you're expanding the 1200 with lots of peripherals that require power of the 1200 itself, such as hard disks, accelerators and floppy drives, then it's advisable to replace it with a high wattage PSU, otherwise you may experience unexplainable crashes. So the desktop version here that's currently running does have its own power supply unit because it's on I don't know what it's using, maybe a 300 watt or something like that. It's very low power in comparison. I think it's talking about the 23 watt, which is the external brick that usually comes with the Amigas for the wedge. And that's it. That's a bit disappointing. I was hoping for a bit more, especially here, a bit more information for suppliers and stuff. So it's a bit light on that. I didn't know that the Amiga had steering wheels though. Just looking up the Competition Pro, and it basically just looks like sort of a Mega Drive controller. In fact, I will. Yeah, that's the Competition Pro. Looks a bit more usable than the weird looking CD32. Let's see what it goes for. I think they sold one for the Mega Drive as well. 85 quid there. 89. Selling price, by the way. Amiga, Commodore Amiga So to game controller, never used in box, £312. Jesus Christ. It's another one for $299. There's not many out there. I'm assuming there's probably going to be some sort of clones out there. Sure, there's a Mega Drive one. No. Or maybe they used it with the Mega Drive at some point. Oh, it's a Competition Pro Series, that's one. For about a tenner. That's for about 31, 16. And Mega Drive one there, £8. And it has shoulder buttons. Oh no, it has one shoulder button. I'm assuming it's for this part here. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, see if you've never seen one before, that is the Competition Pro. So yeah, a little disappointed with that, but never mind. It did at least give me some information on some bits, but most of the stuff I've seen anyway. Final Rapper 3. Final Rapper is an AREX macro for Softwood's famous word processor, Final Writer. It allows you to create amazing text effects as wrapping text around an oval or over alongside a spiral line with just a few mouse clicks and keystrokes. Easy to use, custom requester with keyboard shortcuts for gadgets, pull down menu for preferences and further options, online Amiga guide. Okay, that's demo pictures, let's have a look. Okay, I don't know how good, I mean it looks okay, but I was going to say I don't know how good it looks in see it, but I don't know whether somebody's going to say there's better ones out there. That looks okay. That looks nice. Okay, I can see that's quite cool. You want long text, no problem. You could even make your favorite book run along a spinning line, provided you have tons of free memory. Okay. I mean, now there's some good demo stuff here. I just thought it was going to be one, but apparently not. I must have opened a load of stuff. But yeah, that was good. Okay, there you go. Kingfisher Dist. This archive contains a complete set of 110 fish discs, plus over 500 additional releases made by Fred Fish. What? I'm sure I've heard of this before. The database contains nearly 5,200 records, split into 3 files that easily fit on multiple floppy disks, if so required. If stored on multiple volumes or a single hard disk, Kingfisher transparently accesses the files of one database. Why have I heard of fish discs before? Was it something to do with anime or porn or something like that? I mean, it won't be porn because it wouldn't be on AFCD for that sort of thing. Maybe anime, perhaps. Anyway, there you go, that's what that is. Fast Amiga Guide search utility. Faster Amiga Guide document searcher with multi-string searching in the full guide. Nirvana. First part of the Nirvana guide covering the band's albums and songs contains pictures, lyrics and information on the songs. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Who were Nirvana? Nirvana were Kurt Cobain, Chris Novoselic, I think that is, Dave Grohl and Pat Smear, but they went through many lineups before finally ending up with that one. Kurt's first band he was in was called Facial Matter. The lineup was Kurt Cobain guitar vocals, Dale Crover bass guitar, and Greg Hawk Anson on the drums. Other band names and lineups are followed: Brown Cow, Kurt Cobain guitar vocals, Dave Crover drums, Buzz Osborne bass guitar. This is getting worse. Stiff Woodies, Kurt Cobain on drums, and Chris Novoselic on vocals guitar. This would become the first version of what would become Nirvana. That's what that says. The Sellouts: Kurt Cobain drums, Chris Novoselic guitar vocals, Steve Newman on bass guitar. Skid Row: Kurt Cobain guitar vocals, Chris Novoselic bass guitar, Aaron Burkhardt drums. Skid Row went through some name changes. Then they were Ted Ed Fred, Bliss, Throat Oyster, Pen Cat Chew, and Window Pane. And in Nirvana, you've got Kurt Cobain, Chris Novoselic, Dave Grohl, and Pat Smear. I'm going to just go content. Oh, it talks about the albums. So Bleach. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be back in a second. If we're going to talk about Nirvana. Okay, I don't have everything of Nirvana's. This is what I collected. I'm not a super fan. I just did kind of enjoy a lot of the music. We are talking kind of probably around this time, maybe a bit later actually. When I started collecting the CDs. You're a bit dusty, give me a second. So I might as well just go this. If you've never seen the album covers, at least you get to see them. They'll start discovering some, but I've just realised that the ads are starting in about 2 minutes 50, but that's fine. So, let's start with the first one. It's going to start with Bleach. This here is the Bleach album. I believe that's the first one. So you can see that that's Bleach. And picture of Kurt Cobain. Let me just do this as a bigger side. See, that's Curdy. Call it Curdy. I don't know why I called it Curdy. Kurt Cobain there, and that is the other bit. Right, so that's that. Uh, 1989, tracks Blue, Floyd the Barber, About a Girl, which is a song written by Kurt Cobain when his girlfriend said she was going to kick him out if he didn't get a job. School, Love Buzz, a cover song originally by Dutch group Shocking Blue. Paper Cuts, about a family that locked the kids in the cupboard, also about neglect. Negative Creep, first person narrative of an antisocial person. Scoff, Swap Meet, Mr. Moustache, Stiff, I don't know how to pronounce that. Big Cheese, Downer. Downer only appears on the CD releases of Bleach, which is this one here. There was once a man called Cobain who had heroin in his vein. I would wind up my other half, who is a big Hole fan, and I would say to my other half, the only reason why the band was called Hole was because of the hole in Kurt Cobain's head. Which I'm sorry, but I shouldn't say that, but it was a way to wind up my other half, and that was years ago, and I don't say that anymore. Anyway, we'll get to Nevermind in a minute. I think I've only got Nevermind on tape, but I don't have it on CD. So we'll let the ads run, we'll come back and we'll do the rest of it. So back soon.
The first-person shooter with award-winning 360-degree stomach-wrenching action. Then we plunged you deeper into chaos with deadlier enemies that fed off your power. Now, after years of waiting, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Descent 3's fusion engine lets you move seamlessly from inside to outside. Crush your enemies, set them on fire, and watch them suffer. Match wits with robots that sneak up behind you, hide behind walls, and work in teams. The best multiplayer out of the box. Descent 3 is optimized for modem internet play. Descent 3.
Okay, welcome back to Old Dad and his CD collection, mirroring Old Dad and his LP collection. Just going back through some of the comments that I might have missed. So the Nirvana talk, like I said, is because it's, you can see it here. I just thought it'd be cool just to kind of do the faux stuff, the CD stuff that I do have. The only tape that I do have of Nirvana is Nevermind. I think it was the first one that I got. I don't think I ever got the CD version. I don't know why. Maybe I just thought, well, I've got it on tape anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Or maybe I never got around to getting it. I don't know. Or I think around that time you could rip to MP3, so I never really bothered. So that could be also a possibility. Because there was a program where you could rip from CD to MP3. Now the interesting thing is whether I've still got that on the Windows 95 box. That'd be good to see if I've still got it, and you can see some of that old program. But I can't remember seeing it, but I'm not actively looked for it, so I don't know. Nevermind on CD probably banned due to artwork these days. If I remember correctly, the baby that was on the CD has tried to sue Nirvana a couple of times. I think the latest one that I'd heard was he tried to make out that it was child abuse or something like that whilst they were on the something bizarre like that. I don't think he's ever won. So that's on that note. So I've answered those two. Manic Winer said, I have most Amiga CDs, not sure why, only one that I liked was MTV Unplugged. Right, we'll get to that one because that is on here, that is there. Right, so we've done Nirvana, that was we've done on Bleach, that was the first one. So we've got next one, which is Incesticide. That is this here. Let's stick this in full cram mode so you can see that. See that side. Apologies for the reflections. And then here we go. That That's that. So, oh, wrong one. Hang on a minute. Next one is never mind. That's my fault. But this is incesticide. We'll do that in a sec. I'm reading this wrong completely. Track Smells Like Team Spirit, an attack on the apathy of today's youth. In Bloom, Come As You Are, Breed, Lithium. Polly, based on the true story of a young girl who got kidnapped and tortured. Territorial Pissing is an attack on the macho male stereotype. Oh, I didn't know that. So that could have been re-released for the Alpha Squad that came out recently. I don't know if anybody did that. Drain You, a song about love in a very clinical view of it. Lounge Act is about having a vision but it being smothered by a relationship. Stay Away is an attack on any conformist clique. On a Plane is a poetic attempt to express the inexpressible emotions. Something in a Way, about when Kurt was homeless and living underneath a bridge in Aberdeen. I don't know whether that's Aberdeen, Scotland or Aberdeen, America, because it's probably going to be in Aberdeen, America. Endless Nameless is the result when Lithium jamming session went wrong. That's interesting. Next one, which is the one that I've accidentally shown. So we've got Dive, Slither, Stain, Been a Son, Turnaround, which is a cover of a Devo song. Molly's Lips is a cover of a Baseline song, is it? Son of a Gun, same group. New Wave Polly, speeded up version of Polly. And we've got Beeswax, Downer, Mexican Seafood, Hairspray Queen, Aero Zeppelin, Big Long Now, and Aneurysm. I think next up is in Utero. Yep. Okay. So this is. Oh, I've forgotten to switch the. Never mind. Right. It's In Utero. And this is the other side. We'll put this back to streaming. Do apologise. So we've got Serve the Servants, Scentless Apprentice, Heart-Shaped Box. I remember that actually. I did have a tape with, I think it was the single Heart-Shaped Box, but I can't remember what the B-side was, because it would have been another song on the other side, and that would have been it. That or I bought a song and it had Heart-Shaped Box on the other side. One of the two, I can't remember. But I did remember having that as a kind of tape thing. Song called Rape Me. Then Francis Farmer Will Have a Revenge on Seattle, which is about Francis Farmer who was declared insane and lobotomized. Dumb, Very Ape, under the attack on a stereotypical macho man. Milk It, Pennyroyal Tea, which is about abortion and difficulty of making a decision to do so. Radio-friendly unit Shifter, Tourette's, All Apologies, which is a song written for Courtney and Francis. Oh, I'm assuming then they must have known Francis Farmer. I don't know who Francis Farmer is. I'll have to look that up in a minute. And Gallons of Rubbing Alcohol Throw Through the Strip. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm assuming that's some song. A bonus track on the import version of In Utero. Do I have that? Yes, I do. It's on a CD. I don't remember it though.
We're out of ammo.
Thank you, whoever used it. I would show you who did use it. Oh, hang on, let me have a look. Who did that? There we go. Thank you, Manic Winer. Gutted, you got rid of all your CDs. I made a CD index in Delphi for a college assignment. So I remember rightly, Delphi was Pascal, Visual Pascal, I think it was. I do want to have a look at that at some point. Kept CD and DVDs, but I did throw out the cases for most, put them in wallets. Yeah, that was the one, that was Met Commander. Because it was the one where I used the, I was like, oh, well, we'll use this small the small vehicle, and I can't remember whether I knew it had or it didn't have any weapons or not. And that's all we got halfway through the bloody game, was just that being halfway through the scenario, sorry, that just going on with itself like it's out of ammo all the time. Pascal with a GUI too quick, yeah. True. Next one, Unplugged in New York, which I believe is one that Manic Winer said they liked. Was it Manic? I think it was you that said you liked that one. So this is that CD. Go back to webcam stream. So this is Unplugged in New York. Is this the MTV Unplugged? I'm assuming. So that's that. It says 14 songs performed for MTV's Unplugged, including 2 tracks not featured on the original broadcast. And that is that there. So yeah, it's MTV version. Do apologise. So we have About a Girl, Come As You... Oh, sorry, done it again. About a Girl, Come As You Are, Jesus Doesn't Want Me for a Sunbeam, which is a cover of another Vaseline song. The Man Who Sold the World, which is definitely a cover of the David Bowie song. Penny Royalty Again, Dumb, Polly on a Plane, Something in the Way. Plateau is a cover of a Meat Puppets song, as is Oh Me and Lake of Fire. All Apologies, and Where Did You Sleep Last Night, cover of a Lead Belly song. Special guest, God, am I talking today? Special guests on stage with the Meat Puppets. So, do I have all those? Yes, I do. Okay, cool. And then we come to, I think, the final one, which is From the Muddy Banks of the Wish Cow, which I always thought was actually quite a cool name for an album. The cover actually isn't too bad. So that is From the Muddy Banks of the Wish Cow. It's there. That's that. Make sure I'll go back to the streaming side. So we have the intro, Astoria, London. Is this basically all their live stuff? I think that's what this is. It's a bit like, I think somebody did something similar, or was it just a live album? Didn't Muse do, Muse did I think they did just a live album. Was it the third one? So I think that's more equivalent to the MTV Unplugged thing. But anyways, we've got the intro, which is Astoria, London, England. School performed at Paradiso, Amsterdam, in Holland. Drain You was done in O'Brien Pavilion, Del Mar, in California, as was Aneurysm, Teen Spirit. Going back to Paradiso, we've got Being a Sun and Lithium. Then Slither was done in the Civic Center, Springfield, Massachusetts, is that? Idaho, Massachusetts? Oh no, Springfield, it's just called Springfield, Massachusetts, I think it is. Spanked Through Castle Theatre, Rome in Italy. Scentless Apprentice, I think that is. Yeah. It's Pier 47 in Seattle, Wyoming? No. Won't be Wyoming. Not sure what WA is. Heart-shaped box in Great Western Forum, Los Angeles, California, that'd be. Milk It in Seattle Center Arena, Seattle. Negative Creep in Paramount, Seattle. Back to Astoria, London. We've got Polly and Breed. Tourette's Reading Festival in England. And finally, Paradiso, Amsterdam is blue. So that's that. Evening Photon. Good cover of Bowie's song. Yes, it is. It's a very good one. MTV Unplugged sets are great and surprise. Oh, God. MTV Unplugged sets are great. Surprisingly, the best ever is Aha. Theron's songs are beautiful, acoustic, slowed down. I'm not quite sure what you mean there. Evening Photon, we are doing a bit of an old dad thing here because somebody's done like a discography of Nirvana, and I'm kind of sort of showing off my stuff here. So I think that's it for the albums. I'm not going to go into this yet. What I am going to go into is the 2 other CDs that I do have, which are more bootleg CDs. Now I don't know if anybody's ever come across them, but I'm going to show them off anyway. So this is, one of them is Out Cesticide 4, Rape at the Vault. Oops. And that is that there. So you can see what that's. YouTube's going to hate everything I've been saying here, especially the R word, but I don't really care. That's that. Doesn't really sit into the case properly, but it's definitely a bootleg because you can see how copied that CD is there. And then you've got that. I'll tell you what the tracks are at the back. We've got Pennyroyal Tea, Spank Through, Territorial Pissing, Smells Like Teen Spirit. The Rape Me one is a fairly alive version with different song structure. Pay to Play, rare live version of the original version of Stay Away. Scoff, Love Buzz, Floyd the Barber, unreleased live B-sides recorded for the Sub Pop on tour in 89. Here She Comes Now, rare live electric punk version of the Velvet Underground song. D7, rare live version of the Wipers song from the festival tour. Drain You, first demo version with alternative lyrics in Seattle 90. About a Girl, first rehearsal demo with alternate lyrics, Seattle Summer 88. Lithium, early rehearsal version with alternative lyrics. Same again with Blue. Same again with All Apologies. We've got the radio-friendly unit shifter My Sharona. That's the Get the Neck on their final European tour in 94. Sappy, a rare live version played only on selected dates in Europe in 94. Bambi Slaughter, aka Bambi Kill, Kurt's home demo of an unreleased original song, Seattle Fall 86. Clean Up Before She Comes, Kurt's original 4-track demo of an unreleased song in Seattle 87. Black and White Blues, Kurt recorded an instrumental tribute to Lead Belly in Seattle 89. Montage of Heck Part 1, including The Landlord is a Piece of Shit from Hell, Kurt's Cut Up Spring 88, and Montage of Heck 2, as with Part 1, this is another of Kurt's Sound Collage Experiment Spring 83. Running time 77:03. Will Colorado be played before you fall asleep? I have no idea. I don't know. So we're coming to 1.5 hours into this anyway now, so we're probably going to do, we're going to look at this. I'll do some demo stuff, and then I'll do some Colorado, if that's okay. The last, the only other one that I've got is Nirvana Out Cesticide Volume 5, which is this one here. And then again, very much a copied CD by the looks of things. And it just goes through the usual tracks. But I think the most interesting one out of those two is this one for the kind of weird alternative lyrics and things like that. So that's my kind of collection. Got all these kind of different lyric stuff. Not going to go through all this. Photo gallery, that's interesting. Only pick allowed to use on Amiga, and then group picture from Unplugged. Well, it's the best you're going to get on this Amiga anyway. The Viner Guide version 2, the Rise and Fall of Kurt Cobain, sound clips of Kurt, and some more pics of Kurt. Okay, so this never happened. I'm assuming that was going to be the next one. Just double check the readme. Bet that doesn't exist anymore. But there you go. That is that. Let me just put this back, and then we can do some demo scene. Hope you enjoyed that trip into late 90s. Well, this will be early 90s, but for me it's late 90s from when I got the stuff, so yeah. Right. What we got? We got Onwards Sashi ST Voyager. Really? I've got to look at this. Information and pictures by Paramount Pictures and look. Okay, this will be interesting. The Voyager Amiga Guide. Oh, well, you get a decent picture. Not too shabby. Pretty good. Probably not going to read all this. I don't even know how... This can't have been the entire set. Crew missions, Voyager, no copyright. So we've got crew. I've just had... So do you remember The Simpsons and that scene with the comic book guy and he's on the internet and he's waiting for... I'm sure he mentions... doesn't he try and download some dodgy picture of Catherine Janeway or something? And he's trying to wait for... Because it's such a slow speed and it's kind of like doing this. I've just had that thought in my head. So I'm sorry if I started laughing, but I just... Anyway, so yeah, it does do stuff like that. I don't know if you want me to go through this, I will do. I'll probably do it next time because if Photon wants to me to get on with, we are on like 1 minute, 1.5 hours in anyway. I just want to double check the mission log. So season 1. So just skipping down to Basics Part 1. Don't mind me, I'll be asleep in a few minutes. I'll catch you. Okay, no problem, Photon. Well, if you're going to be asleep in a few minutes anyway, thank you very much for the bits as well. Very much appreciated. That's fine. If you're going to go to sleep, then I might as well just finish off this folder. And then we can get on with stuff. So this just looks like, oh, season 2. I was going to say it was going to be all of them, but I can't remember when Voyager finished. It certainly had more than 2 seasons. So let me have a look. This would have been about 97. Seven seasons, starting in 95. Just on IMDb at the moment. So Basics is end of season 2. And I think that's all that this has. Yeah, Basics Part 1, so that's all it goes to end of season 2. We've got Voyager Blueprints. Ooh. TNG Media, what does that say? TrekNet TNG. Assuming that's a TrekNet website, perhaps? If I'm going too fast through this, let me know. This looks like it's come from either A, a website, or B, a program. Like a Windows program or something like that. Speaking of CDs, I'm ordering a CD-DVD writer for the first time in forever. Just to have something for writing all PCs and CDs. I think I still got one. So on the Slackware file server, has 2 CD-ROM drives because they both work, so I might as well just stick them somewhere where I know that they're there. I think one of them is one of them a CD and one of them a DVD. I think that's what it is, because I replaced that DVD that used to be in here because either 7 or 10 didn't like it anymore, and I had some issues. It mostly worked, but it was when I was burning CDs, and when it came to when it in image burn, it'll burn a CD and it'll check it, and then it will go, and I think when you take it the CD out, it checks to see the status of the CD, and that's where it failed all the time. So eventually I bought a Blu-ray, so I've still got a CD kind of interface, and it works happily now with 10. It was either 7 or 10 it was having issues with. I also remember the difficulty I had playing Blu-rays, because you've got to have a wasn't it a proprietary decoder for Blu-rays now? Like, you remember DVD, and it just would decode anyway because it kind of came part with stuff, and I don't remember anything about having to buy proprietary stuff because it seemed to come with the DVD drive. And with the Blu-ray, it just seems to be more kind of separated out, and you've got to kind of either find some free stuff. Like VLC was kind of okay with it, but I think you had to do extra stuff with VLC. I can't remember fully. It was definitely a difference between that and DVDs anyway. But yeah, I still do have physical stuff on my main machine, and I probably still have until I'm old and dead and stuff, because I'm still on that kind of physical mind frame. I mean, I have PCs here, like I've a CD drive for the 486, the CD drive for the Amiga, so yes, I do need that sort of stuff. And to be honest, I still have this thing with physical media. I don't mind so much with GoTech. GoTech is useful. And the 486 not only has a CD drive, it also has a physical disk drive and a GoTech. So I've got best of both worlds. It's just, I don't know, I think I'm just that type of old person that hangs on to some stuff like that, and probably not the only person, to be fair. But yeah, I also have CDs and DVD stuff, so don't worry about that. I mean, you know. And also, I did buy some Amiga format CDs, physical, so once we get to those numbers, we will be using the CD drive. Yeah, semi-banded tech. We'll have to ask around, I think, nowadays. Plus, it must be available to write CDs at 1 speed or maybe 2 speed for okay with that. Now, what I remember, and again, if anybody in chat knows this, back in early 2000s, I think, when you used to be able to burn games for the Dreamcast, or, you know, like homebrew stuff, Alcohol 120 was used, and that was good for being able to reduce the speed of CD, so you could write at slower speeds. Now, whether that's still available at some point somewhere, and again, obviously you're probably using Windows 10 or 11, something that probably doesn't work properly anyway. That was one thing I remember. I don't know, just let me just check on ImageBurn. I know ImageBurn doesn't do CD to CD, but if you're going to do ISO to CD, because that's still easy to get. Let me just check ImageBurn. I'm just looking to see if it will actually change to a different speed. Yeah, so the settings, it's got write speed. I've got AWS set, which I'm assuming is like automatic setting, and I've got max, and it goes 1, 2, 2.4, 3, 4, 5, and it goes up like that. So if you're doing image stuff, I'd recommend ImageBurn. It does actually have settings for that. Nero Burning ROM, yeah, best product name ever. I do have some stuff of that, but it's too old now for my current setup. Those are pretty good because Nero Burning ROM would usually come with a new CD drive, usually sometimes. Or if you've got an external CD-ROM, it would come with that as well. But yeah, anyway, getting back to this, sorry. US Volger, yeah, this either looks like a website, which I'm possibly think it's a website, because these look like links here. And then it could also be some program, I don't know, but interesting, it's got that there. Okay, so it's just some stuff. Engineering, see what image it's got for that. Yeah, these aren't... Would have been nice for a bit more images, like maybe a screenshot of the show or something with someone stood in there, but yeah. Nice effort though. Fan-produced database, all copyrights belong to Paramount Pictures. Please spread it around because it's freeware. So yeah, it's nice to see that people were doing stuff like this. And it is in the MISC folder, so it's just kind of random crazy stuff. Right, what's in their own words? One. Simple dictionary search program, but it has some important functions what we're missing from other tools. Extremely short size, very fast search method, utility is a commodity, powerful AREX commands, variable memory requirements, font sensitive and resizable GUI, easy to open any pub screen, not sure what that is. All settings via tool types and press file, external preferences setting program, text editor support, external conversion utils, example directory, OS 3.plus. It's not complete, only a demo version, user at your own risk. First final version is coming 4 to 6 weeks, you can download it from Aminet. I use Bassero on Linux to burn DVDs nowadays. But mostly I just ISO image to Manas and mount the images. I mean, this is what I like about this program here, is that I can just pull from TOSEC and then just, because we've done this with what other CD games did we play? I think what was the first one I played? The flashback isometric one. Wasted Dreams, that was CD, so that was through ISO, and the Another World one, which I'm going to butcher the name of, but One Escape, we did it on that one as well. So I do like the fact that modern Amigas allow this sort of imagery. It's quite cool. What is SASC? Information Program. Standardized Amiga Shareware Group. This is the official all-in-one information program. Its goals, services, up-to-date information about all available shareware products, e.g. new SAS-G releases, updates, etc. Also includes the favorite automated registration generator, which makes the whole registration process a piece of cake. So if you're interested in shareware products like Movie, DFA, Magic CS or Magic WB, if you would like to find out about your nearest located registration site to be sure to get the benefits of a national treatment, shorter waits, own currency supported, local support, etc. And if you've never registered shareware because of all the fuss and complication involved, get this program. By the use of a few mouse clicks, the program will generate your personal registration form. Non-profit. Alright, we'll have a look at that. Yeah, come out anytime. This is for real hardware. I appreciate it. We'll ask around as well. Yeah, okay, no problem. This is what we got. Magic WB. Oh, okay. I thought it was more of a like information about, you know, like we've just been reading about different information about different things, but I suppose trying to document every single shareware program is not easy. This is quite nice, actually. It's kind of like a bigger version of you know, Internet Explorer when it does the small little thing. Okay, fair enough. It's my fault for reading that wrong. So basically, registration programs for MUI, Magic WP, DFA, and Magic CX. This program SPIS is created to make a list of files and directories which are on the hard drive, floppy disk, or any device of Amiga DOS. This is something like systemdir command, but SPIS reads all subdirectories, have GUI, recognizes file formats, and can decrunching file id.dis from archives and much more. Needs 1.3 or higher. Need to double check if I've got that. I'm sure I do. Work on all computers, tested on different configurations. List Amiga ones, list Pentium ones, with Kickstart too. That's interesting. This Pentium, it is not a joke. Program was tested on a PC with an emulator of... Oh, right, okay. So used the Pentium... I don't think that's correct. Because it wouldn't be based on a Pentium. It would be based on a Pentium emulating the 68K. So I think someone's not quite understood that. And I'm fairly sure I'm not wrong on that. I think it would have been better if he said emulated via Pentium, because then that makes it confusing. If you disagree, let me know. Cool, so you get a nice little interface. I do like the fact that he's done this in text, in a text kind of ASCII sort of graphic format. It's pretty cool. And he's put these in so you can click that and go to that. That's pretty nice. I do like that. Right, okay. Star Fury. Ooh. This looks like it's animated. Babylon 5 guide about the Star Fury. No, it's not. That's disappointing. It's just that the folder there had this bit. I'm assuming maybe it just means TV program. Nice image. The SA-53 Star Fury, origin Earth, dimensions 4.4 meters by 18.6 by 10.7. Maneuvering is 16 Pratt T550 ion thrusters. Engines 4 Galactic Technologies I-100 ion thrusters. Power 4 Hughes. Is that Hughes? FC350 fuel cells. Thrust vectoring 4 Martian titanium V9000 for V3000. Star Fury on this webpage, it probably doesn't exist anymore. It says, welcome to Earth Force's technical overview of the SA-53 Star Fury. As a prospective Star Fury pilot, this overview will familiarise you with the basic design, layout, features and capabilities of the Star Fury fighter. In order to make this report more user-friendly, an in-depth description of any of the SA-53s. As you can see in this head-on view of the Star Fury, the SA-53 employs a modified X configuration. By placing the Star Fury's 4 thruster groups at the extremities of this modified X shape, the thrusters can be employed to generate maximum maneuverability. Also, the 8 laser cannon mounted in the 4-2 arrangement around the cockpit. With the conclusion of the Earth Membari War at the Battle of the Line, few enemy pilots will ever see this view from behind the SA-53. Here we can see a particularly good view of the Star Fury's 8 thrust vectoring flaps. We can also see the Star Fury's primary power sources, its 4 electricity producing fuel cells. One wedge shaped fuel cell is mounted on the inboard trailing edge of each wing. The fuel cell system provides power fly support, navigation, weapons, communications and computer systems. Additionally, the Star Fury's main hatch can be seen on the aft of the cockpit section. When viewed from above, the Star Fury unveils one of its keys to its design, its 8 thrust vectoring flaps. These ingenious devices are mounted in pairs beside each aft thruster. Each flap is mounted to its own self-contained actuator, which allows the flap to pivot to 45 degrees towards its respective thruster. 4 large flaps mounted outboard of each. Oh, Jesus, this is very technical. I thought this would just be... Right, you know what? This is on Amiga format CD16. Go read yourself. All the information here is my own creation based on the TV show Babylon 5, the comic book of the same name. Oh. This page was created by Marty Katz using the Persistence of Vision ray tracing package on the 486 computer to render these pictures. That's actually pretty good. I'm assuming they mean this picture here. And if that was done in POV-Ray, I'd be impressed. And I'm assuming that is the case. So we spoke about POV-Ray before. POV-Ray is basically like if you took the idea of Blender, but you turned it into a programming language instead, that's basically what POV-Ray is. So you're programming in all this stuff, and it uses the idea of ray tracing to create all this stuff. So I think Blender's said a different way of how it produces the 3D stuff, but I'm just trying to give the same sort of example of there's a scene and you put light sources and stuff in, but you're not doing it through drag and drop, you're just doing it through code. And I did say at some point we will be sticking POV-Ray on here and having a look, but not today, obviously. Right, so that's the misc done. Still got plenty to go through on this, but that is that for that this week. Let me get some demo scene up and do a reboot. Then I gotta remember what I did last time. I always do this. I'm always like, what did I do last time? I know I should write this down, but sometimes I just, just don't get around to it. I mean, we managed to get something done, so it's not like it's totally bad. Right, I think we're around here. Is it Remedy? I think we just done Pi. You know what, I'm going to skip the scenario. I'm going to find out if we did this for next week. We've got plenty of demos to go through. Let's try Aurora. See if I remember any of this. Okay, there's some quite short demos in this, but I wasn't expecting. I just thought it was quite funny when they was talking about how many beers that they got, and it just keeps saying, "Oh, we're just drunk. We don't care." Basically, just like, okay, fine. Still funny. Okay, oh wait, I'm gonna do one more demo if I can get it running and just see if it will. Yeah, okay. Oh, was that it? Just felt a bit sort of sudden that it just decided it was going to stop at that point, but yeah, I was enjoying that. Right, okay, so that's that section done then. Where's my mouse? Oh, mouse is gone. That's fine, we'll just reboot, it's not a problem. I'm going to need to reboot anyway. Right, whilst that's rebooting, let's get the Colorado up for the last part of the stream. One thing I do miss is the boot picture from the previous build. I can never get it running now. It just falls over when it tries to use the picture, which is a bit frustrating. Because what I used to have was, when I first went to Amiga Island, I took a picture of, basically, I think Daedalus was on stage, and you saw Pixels, I think he goes by, is it Pixels at Dawn Gaming or something? He was there, and there was a woman there who does she did some cosplaying. That's what she did. She was there, and I think it was pretty early on a Friday. I think there were a few people there. I didn't think I got everybody on there, but yeah, I kind of missed that showing up as the boot picture. Oh, and the other good thing is, on my Discord, the last picture I put on the general was the disparity, the issue where ad at the top is telling me one thing, ad and the chat's telling me another. That is fixed now. I don't know what they've done, but that's working. I don't know. It's still broken in the actual Stream Manager backend. I'm still having this black box underneath. I'm hoping that gets fixed. It means that the chat window doesn't actually have a drop down, so it's kind of hard to see on that screen, but on this one with OBS it's fine. Hello. I've asked it to... Is something going wrong with the system at some point? Come on, open. Yellow light's flashing now, so it should open. It's not like I'm not rebooted. Something crashed. I do a hard reset. If it won't pull up high game, then I will just do it manually. Fine. $19.90. Can never remember the date on this. Right, so we've been able to kill the guy at the bottom left. We had to do it a certain way. It's 10 hits with the knife. It is possible. I need to test whether it's possible with the X. Definitely, I don't think it's possible with the gun. Because I think it's going to take too long for him to reload the weapon. Unless, of course, I tried doing the gun with the bow and arrow guy, but I've got to be quick. Oh, he only takes one shot. You would have thought the gun would have taken him out quicker than that, too. Two. Is that 2 or 3? Now, problem is with the X, it's not quick enough. The eagle. You mean the one where we just started off? I killed it, but I didn't see any point in being up there because it didn't drop anything. I managed to kill this person. I took the is it the beaver skin or something? Oh, I realised I'm missing something. There's gold at the top and I've forgotten to pick it up. Right, got you. And I'm still in the same beginning area. I have travelled to other parts, and that was difficult enough. Right, so let me go back up here because I've missed something. Remember me being up there. Cool. It's this I've missed picking up. Right, there we go. Yes, I've been on a canoe. You've got to look out for the landing parts. But the thing is with the canoe part, it's you've got to really look for the what do you call it? Not landing bays. I'm thinking too modern, aren't I? I won't call them docks. Pieces of land to basically put your canoe on, but it's not easy. And the other thing about this game, it seems to be specific in terms of when you get to save, which is frustrating. Oh, here. I need that. Because this guy. Ah. Ah. I'm gonna be dead. This is why I've switched to keyboard, because it feels a little bit quicker. Still not fun. Right, first of all, yeah, so I got 3 things off the trader. One of them is definitely health. Because this is why I'm picking this up and why I'm going over to go and get the animal skin, because it's the tradable trade specific things for specific things. I think the other thing he trades with you is gunpowder. So I think it's gunpowder, health, and then something else. I'm not quite sure what the something else is. And then the next thing that I did was I went up a wall and met another Indian with a spear. It is about as far as I've got. Two, 3, 4. This is the way I am trying to do of trying to stop him from attacking me. If I kneel, he doesn't seem to be able to get me. But he will put me in a kind of what did you call it when you get hit and you can't do anything? Stun lock kind of state, so I can't always kneel quickly. Could die soon. No. The thing is that it'd be nice if after the trader I could get some sort of save going, but it doesn't seem. It's 10 to kill him, if I remember rightly. But I've tried with the axe, and I can try with the gun if you want, but I've got a feeling that it's just going to be a pain to do it. Because with the gun you've got to reload every time. And you've seen how long it takes, and you can still get hit whilst you're reloading the gun. So it's kind of not feasible. At least with the bowman on the right hand side, I've got a tree I can hide behind. But it's being quick about it. Yeah, but how do you save? Because when I saved on that roof, you know, where I've just been, it almost felt like it was automatic. I'm jumping at him. It's like in Flashback when you jump on a wall. And then you just whack on the floor. No. No. Let me have a look at see if there's a manual. I'm sure there's a manual. Annoyingly, I managed to do it last week, but because I died at the other Indian, then it just pulled me back. Yeah, the game is saved automatically at certain specific places. It happens directly on to your game diskette when you're pitching camp, and that's only happened once so far. That's the problem with saving in this. I mean, this is the type of game that you really probably want save states for. Which I know is a bit cheaty, but for this type of game, having to do all this all over again is very just frustrating. I mean, technically in well, I don't know about technically, but presentation-wise, it's very nice. It's got a lot going for it. It just feels a bit tougher than it should be. I'm trying to switch. No. I was trying to switch up and down on the attacks and that still doesn't work. And the thing is though, if you go and kill the bird, it does give you another %. But it's like, don't understand why I kill it unless it's got something that I need. Unless it's part of the storyline, but I don't see why it would be. Just feels like sounds weird for me to say it, but it feels like an unnecessary kill. Trying to think of this as a challenge you can complete in any order, maybe. Ah. The harder. What do you mean the hardest ones? Have I missed something? Rage quit income. I'm trying not to. I've done a couple of times for a couple of games. Like if you remember the one escape one, I did rage quit it for a bit, but then I came back and finished it. But this is just. I might skip trying to kill that guy and doing the other one. Yeah. Can be very frustrating, but some of them it's just a case of if you persevere a bit more, you can kind of get through it. But this one feels a bit more of a pain. Trying to play Bloodborne, what am I gonna reach? Oh, Bloodborne is the really hard Dark Souls type, isn't it? For some reason in my head, I thought of Bloodthorn, is it? Blackthorn, I was thinking, sorry. Which is not the same game. So I can go there. Pick it up. Thank you. Come on. I think he takes 3 shots. Oops. Yes. There we go. Switch to X. I'm missing something. Because usually I can get 3 things. Guns, powder, and potions. What have I missing? This one here. Where did I find that? Where did I find this? Someone's got this. I've definitely picked it up. It's definitely not the person with the skin. It's definitely not the goal, because I know where that is. Unless I found it and forgotten. That's weird. I don't remember where that was. Unless it was the bow and arrow guy that I've just killed. No? The bomb that might let you beat the X-Brave. I need to buy the bomb, that's the problem, but I don't know where the necklace thing is. Where's the necklace? I definitely got it from here before we get to... I don't remember. Right, let's go and take on the X dude. Not the X dude, the spear person. I have tried to run away from the spear person, but they just basically follow me through all the scenes, or at least 2 of them. So it looks like a dead end here, but it isn't because of this. Oh. Okay. Rule of thumb, do not jump off the edge of the... Look how tiny it was. I was expected to... Fine. It's a bit short for a ledge. Unless, of course, the guy at the bottom left, the one that keeps beating me does actually have necklace, and I forgot, and that's 2 things I pick up from there, which would make sense. I just don't want to spend the rest of this stream trying to kill him. And then, yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do is, I'll try and come past here. Switch the gun, get it ready. Oh, come on. Nope. Really unfair when it does that, because it's... Because what you've got to do is you've got to hold down fire and then bottom right just for him to set it up and then again to shoot. Which gives the other person opportunity to shoot at you. It's like... And then when that happens, you've got to... Come on. You sure can get the health back, but... It's a bit... Oops, didn't want to do that. Right, let's see what kills the spear person. If anything. Although I do wonder if I can go left and right. Because this looks like I can, but I can't. Okay. What are you doing? Oh, I hate the fact that... No. So that's another thing I've forgotten is when you come up from climbing, whatever you have in your hand disappears. So you've got to bring it back again. Ah! Up. What are you doing? Up. No. 2. Let me get my gun. Stop it. And this is the problem, it's just... Because if I'm using all my life to try and kill the ex-Indian or Brave, or I don't know what the best term is, then I then come and have to deal with the one I've just dealt with. And I'm already at low life anyway, so I don't know. Right, but this one, should I see if I can run the other way? Whether it'll let me or not, I don't know. Ha! What are you gonna do now? Save. Thank God. I don't know if it's gonna help me or anything, but we saved. Yes. Right. Oh. It's one hit. Ooh. Okay, what have you dropped? Oh, I know what that is. Progress at last. No problem. Oh, what's this? Hang on. This is good. Not being attacked. Equip it. No, it's not letting me equip it. Can hold it, but nothing. I mean, he's being peaceful. Oh. I have to go in tonight. No problem. Thank you very much there, Photon. Last save. We've managed to kind of skip into... We can go up the bottom route. What's the bottom route? Oh, okay. Stop hitting. Come on. Really? Thank you. You seem to be fairly easy. Three. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Oh no. One more. 10. Yeah, so this is a 10 hit guy, similar to the axe one. Don't know what that's behind him. Oh, I wonder whether I'm supposed to bring that back to... Right. That peace pipe will be to bring it back to the one above. Right, I see. Okay. Okay. That's why he had how, and we're supposed to kick... Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can do some... Don't know if the axe will be better. I think the axe might be slightly better here. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right. That seems to be the better one. As if you're going with a weapon might agrees whether you're equipped. What? Ooh. If you're going with the weapon, they might agree whether you're unequipped or wear a charm symbol. I don't think that works that way. Because I think I tried before with the axe person who just went how, and I just got axed anyway. Switch to 2. Okay. With this one I can just walk around this one. Yeah, I'll get attacked, but it's fine. Oh! Almost. Actually, I wonder whether the low hit axe would have been okay with the other axe guy. Got you. Right. Turn around. How are you not picking that up? This is weird. It's not picking up the peace pipe. Pixel, stop it. I'm still recording. Yeah, I am. It's fine. Okay. That is interesting. So I can pick these up. Did I see the big chieftain type person first before I came down? I'm pretty sure I didn't, did I? I'm gonna die soon anyway. Can I still go and see the... No. I could probably go back, but it's probably not going to be a good idea. Right, back in a few minutes. Right, let's play another, what are we on, 3 hours. So let's do another 30 minutes, if I last that long. But again, as Proton said, we have had some progress, so it's something. Well, it's a bit of a cheap progress to be just walking past the spearman. It's better than nothing. So I wonder whether... Actually, let me just see if... Right, so knife at lower level with these guys seems a bit more possible. Come on. Knife with Bowman, no problem. No problem. Knife with Spearman, not so much, kind of. X lower hand with the mallet people. Seem to be okay. Right, this time I'm just gonna go pick up the pipe. Come on, let me pick up the pipe. There we go. Oh, unless I needed to go up. Is that why? Right, okay, I see, because I went up to pick up the pipe. Right. Problem with this game, sometimes it's not always easy to see where it's gonna be, you know, up and down. There's been a couple of times I've just fallen off. Right, so that's what's the issue. I didn't pick it up properly because I couldn't pick it up properly. At least you can avoid the spearman. Come on. There we go. Right, bye. Right, you. Okay. Hopefully. Oh. Yes. Right, okay. Got it. Alright, get out of the way of the spearman. No, up, 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 up. Down. Up. Down. Low on the health, but hopefully. Damn it. Give me axe. You know what? I've only got one. Oh. Oh, okay. And I'm not doing well at this point for some reason. It's a bit frustrating that I can't get a trader out here. Ah, damn it. So that part should be possible. I need to find a way to stop being hit as much. Which... I don't know. maybe I could go back, but the problem is that I need to find a way to get rid of the spearman that follows me all the way over to that side. Does he? Yeah. What if I shoot? Yeah, only 2% this time. I think I was on 2% anyway. Alright, so if you stand here, the one with the slings doesn't do anything, which is good. Okay, so you need your peace pipe. And I've dropped my axe. Please tell me it's down there. Nope. It's gone. Do not have my axe anymore. And I can't get past this guy. I'm kind of stuck now. Because if I can't get past the spearman, it means I can't get back to the trader. Just gonna wait till they get rid of me. Because somebody forgot to sort the gun out. I do wonder if I stand at the edge, whether I get a bit more of a opportunity to not get hit. Looks promising. So I've got more life than I usually have, much more. Question is, can I keep it? And I need to keep the knife, because if I drop that, I'm in trouble. Come on, let me on the edge. Okay, that's working. F5? Do I F7 drop? No? F7 drop? Yes? Aha! I don't know what I've got there. Looks like a shell? Do I go to a different area? Oh. And what do we do with this now? Sure, I'll give that to somebody, but I'm not. Unless I'm gonna have to travel to a different section. I'm a bit stuck now. I'm gonna have to do a new game. I can't do it. with that person there. Right, okay, let's do a new game. I just want to see whether this trick that I thought of is the one that I need. We've still got the save game to come back to. I just want to make sure. Oops. You don't drop anything. Do not know how to kill the bunny. I'm assuming maybe you don't, which is fine. I do this. Oh. Oops. Oh. Okay. Piss off. Really hate how it kind of decides, oh, that's going to be one that takes you out. And then you just hit it with one knife throw. Just, ugh. Okay, whatever. Stand there. See whether. Oh, this actually might work. Right, okay, so that's a good possibility. So last time I basically just jumped over to him. That's what I did. Right, okay, that's the strat. And I'm going to save at this point because that's a good amount. So we've got a save coming up. Kind of makes sense to do it this way because you've already got the two. You've already got the two in the F4 and the F5, and the health is not looking too bad, so that's fine. So, for future reference, the strat is don't walk all the way through into the screen. It seems to be that you don't get hit as often if you're right in the edge by the looks of things. So, going this way or this way, make sure you move once and then just do the bottom hack, which is basically hold down the fire button, and then it's in this case it's 3. So it's that direction. Bottom right is basically what you need to hit for the lower hits instead of the right, which is the overhead. And then what's the next one? I believe we've got a gun fight. This is 3. There we go. So I need to figure out a way of sorting out the spearmen, because the spearmen are a little frustrating. So health, gunpowder, and bomb. That's what it should have happened. Now, let's test. Let me try the gun. Should I do the axe? Let's try the axe. Right, okay. Axe, same deal. To the leg. Give myself F6. That means that we can come back here, not a problem. careful here. Can I? Yes, I can. Cool. I was a little bit worried that I was going to fall. Right, so the good thing after some frustrations, we've got somewhere. Up. And I'm exchanging this. At least it's not as bad as when we started this stream. So what I want to do... is have it so we can get to that second save. Before we end tonight. Which I'm going over a little bit, but that's fine. Just kill. God for that.
to the body, single to the head, semi-auto. On the whistle.
Thought that was relevant. Don't know if you heard that or not. Right, where did I go wrong last time? Oh. Because we fell off here.
Yeah.
Right, so I can come back here and... save. Let's see how well this works now. That's ready to go.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's still up here if I come back to it. Yes, it's still there. Cool. Right.
Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There's one gone.
Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter now that I've got health. Oh, wait a minute. 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still can see that there. Take it up on the way back, I think.
Oh.
think with this guy I can't shoot him.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Get close to him. F7, drop the peace pipe. He gives me whatever that is. And I can move on. And I got fairly okay health.
Yeah.
F5.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Stand there, get whacked. It looks like a bullet is F6, but I don't
Yeah. Yeah.
see.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
How that helps me.
Yeah.
Annoyingly low on health. Oh. Lots of powder now. By the looks of things, excuse me, by the looks of things, this area is clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And then we have a boat trip. Problem is I don't know where to get off. 70% is the highest we've got so far. So I'm going to call that a stream, I think. Right, CS. Managed to get more health. And basically finish an area, I suppose. And then I've got to work out when the next landing bit is, which is a little bit difficult. That's why I was a bit kind of iffy on that part. And I also got to work out why iGame is not showing up. But it does now. Something's broken. Oh well, I'll work it out at some point anyway. It's not too much of a problem. I can still access games, so it's not the end of the world. Right, thank you everyone for popping in. Thank you to Photon for the bits. And I will see you all, since I will be back. Ending screen. I don't think I'm going to be going out to my indie game dev tomorrow. Just check. Oh, look, it's come up now. Look. It's like it's taken ages. It says, oh, is this why? It thinks I've got 18,383 games. Well, that's not correct. I need to figure out a way to get rid of half of this stuff because this is what's causing the issue. I think that's what the issue is. Right, I want to investigate that. Yeah, it's because of this here. And I think that's what's causing the issue. Because as soon as I put that in, that's when the issue started happening. Right, again, like I said, I will investigate that at some point. Don't know when. So let me just check. Yeah, I'll skip tomorrow and I'll do next month in terms of meetup. So tomorrow I will stream. I will do. What are we doing? Oh yeah, Exhumed Power Slave is what we're doing on the Sega Saturn. So that's tomorrow. Then RTS Friday, we are continuing on with the expansion to Age of Empires 2. That's the Conquerors. Sunday, we have finished Miner 2049er, and then we will be starting the sequel called Bounty Bob Strikes Back on a ZX Spectrum. I did say that we will be using the tape player to load it in. Probably won't be doing it all the time, so I might just reserve 2 streams of us doing that. It doesn't really matter on the save states because the save states are passwords. So basically with Bounty Bob, unlike Miner 2049er, where you've had to seem to play the game, the levels over and over again, you get to a certain part and then it goes, here's the password, and then you can just jump straight to that point, which is good. I'll explain that again on Sunday, but that's basically what we're doing on that day. Did I say it was for the ZX Spectrum? If not, it's for the ZX Spectrum. But yeah, so that's the rest of the week in a nutshell. Let's see who we've got available for raiding. let's go and raid McCaw45. He's doing some... It's titled Leonard Nimoy Gaming. I don't know exactly what that means. Games with Leonard Nimoy in, which for all as I know is Star Trek. Could be other games, or maybe games he's written. Don't know. Maybe we might see some Lord of the Rings. Even though he didn't actually star in it, he did sing about Bilbo Baggins, but it's unlikely. So let's go raid McCaw45. Alright, see you all hopefully tomorrow, and if not, you know the rest of my schedule, and until then, bye.